I figured as much. There is, of course, the question of what will be done with it on our parts when we acquire it. That is to say, it can only be used to go one place.
And we can choose anywhere.
Anywhere that we have a reasonable familiarity with, yes. As I understand it.
I guess the question. Oh, go ahead.
You're good.
How's the gun? No, you go.
I suppose it would depend what we wanted to do with it. We could use it to help the people who wanted to leave evacuate.
I was thinking that, well, maybe we could use it to get those children.
Oh, the ones at the ravine.
Yeah.
But I think that sounds quite reasonable. What are the capabilities of the teleporter?
It can move up to 10 people from one place to the one that we decide. Once every 10 minutes.
I think they mentioned that there were about 10 kids there, so...
Might be a bit of a cooldown.
Right.
My Valorant accent.
I think that sounds reasonable.
Shoshan?
Yeah. As far as that, best we can do. With what we've got.
I mean, when would we do that? I know time is of the essence currently.
I guess whenever it's ready. He said it would be ready before
Yeah. So it'll take 3 hours for Tyredes to finish working on it. And then there will be just over 2 hours until Havoc comes.
Right. My concern is that perhaps here might not be safer for the kids than there, considering what we are expecting to go down here soon.
Well, the main objective, let's call it, of doing this in the first place was, in fact, to take some level of blackmail off of the shoulders of Havoc and the potential to perhaps alleviate Havoc of whatever influence she's under.
Alright, that's a fair point.
Because I don't know about you, but I don't really want Havoc to try and kill us any more than she... You know, to be fair, actually, she hasn't really tried to kill us that much. I don't want Havoc to stab me. Or anybody else. I'd prefer if she had her faculties and decisions about her so that she could make that decision of her own volition rather than a man telling her to do it because it'd be productive.
How nice of you.
Well, free will.
No, certainly. Sure, I think it's a good idea.
It could be. My concern is we don't know exactly where the children are, correct?
True.
And if we do send able to get them, we're essentially sending them into the center of their encampment. Yes?
Yeah, people is such a generous word. I was thinking more so person.
Are you
One
volunteering?
person.
Nemesis.
Here's
Um,
something to think about for all of you, out of character. Something your characters would be aware of. It takes 3 hours to travel from roughly the ravine to Armath. And if there's going to be just over 2 hours when the teleport is finished, that means if all of the soldiers are coming with Havoc, which you don't know for sure, but if they are, they'll have already left by the time the teleporter is ready.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's kind of choice.
My
Oh, wait, yo.
concern is simply the fact that even if they do only leave a bare bones set of guards, that still is one person going against multiple people.
I'm very good at hiding.
Well,
Yeah, I was going to say,
if
do you
you're-
underestimate Nemesis's ability to not
No.
step on creaky floorboards?
It's
I have my shoes.
It's more concern, especially considering you're trying to bring back a group of children who are most likely a little bit less stealthy than someone trained as such.
Well, I can conceivably go with them and I'm not doing that while there. It's like it's like when you hire a babysitter who's like a few years older than your kids, and it's like, why'd you do that? Not actually, but vibes.
Chaperone makes more sense than
Chaperone,
babysitter.
yeah.
Perhaps.
Okay. Okay, well, the children was and is a nice thought. Primarily my concern is for Havoc. Not concern for Havoc, but concern of Havoc in relation to Havoc and stabbing, slicing activities.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cooldown for the teleporter is 10 minutes per use, correct?
Yes.
So we would have to teleport there and be there for 10 minutes in between the time we got there and when we were able to do it again.
Yes.
All right.
I also think perhaps Esmond is suggesting we interfere
I don't
with
think I wouldn't
whatever's
take it off the
controlling
table. I simply need to be very careful with how we approach this.
Here's the logic I follow. We are in a position that I would call, not lightly, a situation. Perhaps a bad one.
eloquently said.
Thank you, Nemesis. This has a million different ways that it could go bad. It has a million different ways that it could all go tits up and we'd all just... Well, I don't actually know if you lot will be put down, but I can't imagine it'll be entirely pleasant for morale, and as far as trauma goes, I feel like it might be more on the point. And the point is, this could go bad in 100 different ways. I feel like there's reward to taking a risk like this.
Especially if it removes Havoc as someone we potentially have to fight.
Especially if it removes Havoc from the equation. At least as being in complete opposition to us.
I would agree. I'm not
And I
against
suppose
the
that's
idea.
successful.
I just think it's there are a number of factors to consider.
We acknowledge the risk, we take the risk, we hope it turns out well, just as much as we hope. We all live to see tomorrow. That's all we can do. Sacrifices occasionally have to be made in pursuit of new ideas.
Yes, you're welcome in advance if I die.
Well, I am hoping you won't. In fact, I have full confidence in your abilities.
You're going to build me a statue in armor.
No, but we can repurpose the tree, I guess. There's like a weird tension.
Yeah, can I roll the insight on the weird tension?
Yeah, sure.
Great. I was gonna say, would there be some kind of weird tension going on here that it would just be like, I'm gonna politely ignore it, but 18.
18.
Yeah.
Guys, what's the tension? Tell us.
I feel like it's not that different from a regular tension, which is
Sexual.
sexual. Loaded.
Unresolved sexual tension. I know how.
Maybe.
It is the normal tension, I think.
Normal. It's not like a tension as in like anger. It's a tension as
yeah.
in like, ooh, what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normal.
How long has it been since our last conversation? Like, not that long. I felt like
Yeah, like
45
literally
minutes.
like an hour
like
or
half
something.
a fucking hour. That's so funny.
An hour.
Yeah, this is the
since you
inside
guys
check.
fucking-
Normal amounts of tension.
An hour.
An hour.
Alright, fair enough.
Okay.
I guess that's the plan.
That's the plan. That's the plan. We're doing it.
Alrighty. So, what, just Nemesis?
Well, hold on.
So funny.
Let me
That was
Let me
such a
look
high
something
pitched
up
laugh.
real
I'm
quick.
sorry, recording.
What?
My laugh was so weird there.
Oh.
I'm sorry to the recording.
I just think it makes sense because I have Skulker and Lucky and my special shoes, so it's not like I'm gonna die necessarily.
No,
or
I'm
get
not
down.
roasting. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah.
And what- oh my god! And I put my. Oh wait, I haven't used it yet. Can I put my Wells on the Grave on Sleight of Hand instead of Insight?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, if you wanted, you could, like, bring Lucius, because when it comes to stealth, it's a bit of a different question for Lucius, since he can fucking fly. So he can just be way up there.
I can also do that, but I glow.
And you can only
Yeah.
fly for, like, a minute at a time.
Yeah, it's rough out
He
here.
can
Lucius-
fly, period.
Are you gonna have to roll for him for stealth as well, or are you just saying that he's stealthy?
He will have to roll as well, but his DC will be
that's
way lower
scary.
since he's way up in the sky.
Oh, that makes sense.
I know Tori gets a free cast of Pass the Trace every day.
But Tori
Which
would
we're
have
probably
to come
not-
with.
I mean, we could
Oh.
like, but she could cast it and then have it still apply to people.
It emanates from her.
Emanates,
Oh.
so it's within a certain distance from her.
Yeah.
She stands next to the teleporter. What does Pass Without Trace do? Because I feel like
Gives
It-
plus
it
10
gives
to
a
stealth.
plus 10 bonus. But she'd have to be next to you. So someone would
okay.
have to be rolling stealth for her as well.
I don't know.
Well, she could just turn into a spider or something and just
I have
hang out.
advantage on stealth, and I have silent footsteps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just gonna say I could come help because I can
You're a
teleport.
paladin?
Yeah,
Don't you have disadvantage on stealth? Because you.
that's
you
why
have
the
I'm
armor off.
saying. That's why I said pass that tree. I could take my armor off, then I'd have like 80.
Take your armor off, coward. There's some
Oh my
extra
God.
leather armor around that you could use temporarily.
I have a negative dex modifier.
Oh. Maybe not. Maybe not so shit.
Like that's why I'm saying like I'll come, but like it won't be. I don't move. I just teleport to move.
Oh yeah.
They get to cope with that.
Nemesis, let's go.
Let's just go. Yeah.
Yeah, Nemesis only.
It's okay.
It's a
Wait, and
classic.
Lucius.
Yeah, Lucius can come too if you like.
It's a classic what?
It's a classic rogue side quest. It happens, you know. Rogues gotta do what they
Yeah.
specialize.
I mean, okay. Here's the
3 luck
thing.
points in a dream.
We could do a rogue side quest, or we could do a hospital break-in.
What? Who?
The Molly Mock special.
Yeah. It's the joke about Critical Role where they
Yeah.
they
It was a
attempted
mess.
to break into a hospital by like faking a dick infection, and it was a whole thing.
It was a lot.
Well, wait. Oh my
Hmm.
god, wait. Don't all of the fucking soldiers at the ravine think that I'm part of the Faceless as well? Oh wait,
They,
but that's
they
bad.
do. They do.
Would
Yeah,
you
'cause
want
I
to
lied.
really? Do you want to try
Yeah.
that?
Oh wait, yeah, that's kind of huge actually. Wait, you
If
could just
they
like
fight-
you could bring people with you and just be like, "Yo, I got runaway captive."
I mean, Lucius is part of the Faceless as well, as is Erland.
That's why I'm saying like you could just have Lucius and Nemesis go, and then because I don't want them to go alone necessarily, because I also have free healing. Basically, I don't have to use spell slots to heal.
Mhm.
So like, if in case shit goes bad, I ideally don't want them to go
Right?
alone.
I can make us if I go
healing
too.
now
I
also.
can make us invisible. Me and Shosha.
Mhm.
We're all going.
We all go. We're just a shadow behind you. We're not even here. We're not even there.
Yeah.
No
you guys
pressure.
can
Don't
do
think
what you
about
need
it.
to do. It'll be fine.
Now, something for you to think about is if the soldiers thinking you're faceless would actually help or not.
Probably wouldn't.
Since they're keeping the kids, as far as you know, they're keeping them prisoner to sway Havoc, who is a faceless. So if
Yeah,
they
I
think
just
you're loyal to
realized that.
Havoc,
Well, they wouldn't be helpful necessarily, but they probably wouldn't be immediately hostile to you, which would let you get a hit in or two, I'm sure, before they could retaliate.
yeah, if they believed you, you could potentially walk around their camp freely.
That's true, and I have really good deception. I have +6.
And, you know, every Iron Conscriptionist soldier isn't going to know every single faceless, especially since the faceless often keep it secret that they're faceless. So you could literally just, like, make a mask, slap it on one of your party members, and say, yeah, they're faceless.
I take Erland's one.
Believable enough.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Erland nearly attacked you for just touching it. You think that they're gonna
That
let
would
you?
be funny.
Huh.
Well, I feel like I only see the Faceless thing if I'm found, which I feel like is unlikely.
Mhm.
Anyway.
Okay, final call. Are we letting Nemesis go alone, or
That's why I like.
Have fun,
I don't,
Meg, I love
just
you.
don't want to go alone.
I think her mask is Dream.
I thought Meg was saying
Yeah.
like has a
A dream.
Yeah, I also
She's
thought
a
that.
Dream. Yeah.
I love that for Alice. Havoc would never be an AU version of Tree. You know? Anyways.
Jesus.
Havoc would never be inspired by Dream SMP Dream.
Simply never.
Never. Me doing that? Crazy.
Anyways.
You're good.
Is Nemesis going alone?
Well, if you want, Lucius can come with. But that does mean, like, if you got into a fight, Lucius would need time to fly down to get to you. If he's flying
Like
high
one
enough
round.
to be missed. Probably more like 2
Oh.
rounds.
I
Oh,
think we should have faith in Nemesis as a rogue.
Mm-hmm.
And as lore-wise, somebody who is very sneaky and murdery.
Mm-hmm. So no Lucius?
I think
No,
you
we
should go
could-
Sans. I think you should go Sandsbird.
Yeah. Worst case scenario is
You die. And the
is
call
I
brings you
wait.
back, baby.
Well, that, but also like I just wait for the 10-minute cooldown and fucking leave again.
Yeah. You just play defense.
Yeah, exactly. I'm chilling. I'm fast as fuck. Hold on. Okay, I have normal walking speed. I'm normal as fuck, but I can dodge.
Yeah, does a
Does
I
a
think I'm
28
chilling.
hit?
yeah, exactly.
Alrighty. You wait the 3 hours. We will get to that in a moment because something is gonna happen within
Oh, no.
those 3 hours. Esmond,
Uh,
you are approached by Erland.
oh no.
They don't look to be feeling terribly well. You can see like a bit of sweat on the forehead. The normally like very composed, very perfect outfit is in like a bit of a disarray. Not terribly so, but enough that you're like, something is wrong here, and it could just be stress with the situation. And who knows if you noticed the black scales the day before when you returned. But they are not there right now, or at least have shrunk quite a bit.
Right.
And Ern looks a bit unsure about speaking to you, and hasn't really spoken to you in depth since, your resurrection.
I died.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they kind of, they do that thing where they stand near enough and like meet your eyes briefly so you can tell they're waiting to speak with you, but also making it clear you don't have to and that they're waiting until you're done what you're currently doing.
What
You know
am I
the
doing
vibes.
right now?
Is
Is this like after the?
Yeah, probably finishing this conversation about the teleporter.
Okay. I'll like look between them and the twins.
Mhm.
Not the the they attached
Metaphorical
at the
twins.
Hippians. um. All right, good talk. Don't die, Nemesis. Well, I mean, we'll talk before you leave. Bye. I walk
He
away.
like nods and walks away. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Walking away from the direction of Erland towards Erland.
Towards
Okay,
Erland.
okay. You can see them kind of take like a steadying breath and like try to hold themselves a bit more proper. Esmond, I apologize for not having a more in-depth conversation last night. It was a bit of a shock.
No, it's fine. Did I notice the scales last night?
That's up to you. I had pointed it out to the party, but
Right, yeah.
that's up
Right,
to you
right, yeah.
whether
So
that
he
like
would have
registered
noticed.
to Esmond.
Yeah, he would have noticed that. Sort of lizards in your. Not what I meant to say at all. Actually, that. It's fine. I wasn't expecting anything really. I mean, not like I wasn't expecting something in the sense of like, oh wow, Esmond, you're alive. I mean, it was a surprise to me too, to be honest. But you don't really process that you're dead when you don't have to say anything if you don't have anything to say. Okay.
I mean, they kind of like cast a glance around when she spoke to you last night. She expressed my thoughts as well, which was that I'm glad to see you back. And of course, it was greatly upsetting to hear about what happened. Especially in the manners that it happened, but I'm very, very relieved to have you back. I'm not entirely sure I understand what happened, but I don't think right now is the time to get into that, since it seems that others already have. If you say things are good in that respect now, I'm content to leave it at that, since I think we have many things to worry about right now.
Right.
I would like to hear eventually if you're up to talking about it, but also there is no pressure.
Right. Was that all you wanted to say?
No, I have a concern.
Great. Yes, that's what I was hoping for, not anything else.
It was about me, but if you feel that that is selfish in
No,
this moment to
it's not
add
what
to...
that's not what I meant. I'm funny in my post-mortem state. Now I've decided to tell Joe. Tell me what your concern is, Erland.
If now is not
No, it's.
time,
Please tell me. Tell me.
you are aware of my condition that we've discussed.
Yes, lizards.
And I think she would take offense to being called that, but there is no stepping around the fact that she is essentially an overgrown flying lizard. Yes, but
Yes.
I indicated to you then that the situation was something that was harming me over time, but was happening. I've spoken with Dory some about this on and off, but it is getting worse to a worrying degree, which has increased my own and Vorsig's search for a solution.
Worse.
Sorry, go ahead.
You only told me about this a few weeks ago, and it's already getting to a bad point. I mean, a worse point, like a breaking point.
Breaking is a strong word.
Right.
To put it in the way that I described it once to Tori, my body is made to hold a mortal. A long-lived mortal, yes, but still a mortal. When Forsage and I became one, it was a very abrupt change for my body. It became shared, although I was still the primary holder of it, I guess you could say. It changed some aspects of my biology, but that was slow. It has been happening more over the past months, and even more over the past weeks. And I find that more and more my soul is less present, if that makes sense. I'm still there, but I do not have the strength to be the one at the forefront. And so Forsage has no choice but to be the one piloting, so to speak. Doing her best to not let anyone know that she is doing her best to mimic me.
Right. Okay.
Normally, in the past, when we've been searching for solutions, Forsake and I do it together. We share what we know with each other. We we know what we share memories. There are times where we're able to block each other out. Like there are plenty of times where I've done that with Vorsig, but she has almost never done that. She hasn't really had reason to. She's been doing that recently. I'm not able to remember most of the times that she's in control. And she did tell me that she was keeping me from knowing things. She said she has some sort of plan. And she says it's risky, but that if it happens, then it will for sure work. It's a question of if it happens. But it worries me because she receives lots of letters and missives, but burns them before I come to the forefront.
Right. Well, at least she's thematically appropriate. I guess.
What so do you mean?
Just burning dragon, flying lizards.
Yes.
That's an issue. That is a problem. And Ellen, I really don't mean to detract from the distress that this is causing you, but I don't want to add a but in front of that. I don't mean to detract from the distress this is causing you. In addition to that discomfort, if she has a plan that she puts into action, my fear is that it conflicts with... I don't know the mind of a dragon. I imagine it's, perhaps the idea of solution would perhaps I'm struggling to speak. Give me a minute.
We're fine.
The solution of a dragon might be more dire than that of mortal people. A larger perspective and far more time.
Yes, she has reassured me that it will not. That whatever her solution is will not do harm to me. The most she said is that it will take my body time to recover to what it used to be, but that it will not harm me. I don't know what that means.
Are you going to turn into a fucking dragon?
I don't think so, since the whole point is separating us.
Right, and that might sort of
Not do that, yes.
might be the opposite of that,
And
actually.
I do know that she does hold care for me and for Tori, and that she views us as hatchlings for her to care for, to put it one way. So I don't believe she's genuinely going to harm myself or Tori.
Right, well, I guess, like... No, I wasn't saying anything.
What most worries me is this. I woke not long ago. Came back to myself of Vorsig, filling me in about all of you prepping Amath and whatnot. And I realized she had just burned a letter. But apparently she wasn't thorough enough. And he holds out a piece of paper to you.
Oh god.
Do you take it?
Yeah, I'll take it. Get my fingerprints on that bad boy.
Yeah. It is it is burned and scorched around the edges and smudged, very clearly, pulled from the ashes of a fire. I'm typing up what it says to you.
Oh. I thought that the message being sent was by you, Wilder, and so it was just Crycat. The letter just says Krat Omega Krat?
Right.
Krat Omega Cry.
But this is what the paper says. That's up to you whether you read that, whether you want other people to know, or whether that's a tidbit just for you.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Ellen, that's not good.
Yes, my chief concern is that she did not tell me who that was in her quote-unquote review of what happened. I had to ask other people and hear what that name was. And
Well,
that concerns me.
Yeah, at least she's, if she sees you as children of some sort, then I suppose she is treating you exactly the way that, Anyways, that's not ideal at all. Shit. Poland.
I know.
I'm so fucking stressed. Shit. Oh, fuck. Piss. Alright. Thank you for telling me.
I apologize. I don't want to add to your concerns. And she has...
No.
I know it is important to her to hold to her word. And she has sworn to me before that she would not harm our math. So, I don't know what this is about then.
She's sworn to you.
And when I first got her, I did a lot of research about dragons. I know that their promises mean a lot to them. So I do believe she will uphold that, but I don't know specifics. I don't know if there's tricksy wording to that. I don't know if you want me to go elsewhere, I will. But I don't know if I can. I don't know how long I'll be at the forefront. So I don't know how long that will last.
I need... No, it's, No. You can, I want you to stay. I understand that makes me sound a little bit insane now with this information, but, Tori needs you here. And, he kind of like looks down at his nails, and I suppose. Yeah, just, don't run off.
Well, unless you told me to leave, you'd be hard-pressed to get me to.
Sorry!
Yeah.
PS5 that lives in your brain.
Erlen and Shoshin could agree on some things.
Brain
I just
dogs.
made a joke to Laura in our DMs. We got too many people with guys in their brain. There's like 3 of them.
It's my favorite thing.
I know,
I love
it's
it when
very
there's little
funny
guys in
though.
your head.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get me one of those.
No,
Do
you don't
make
want one of those.
Already got one.
limited edition purple PS5 controller just for voting. Hold on.
Um. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I know we're having like this sort of intense, contemplative. That's beautiful, contemplative moment where we ponder the pros and cons of certain risks in this life. Specifically in relation to Armoth and this fight that we are going to be entrenched in about 4 or 5 hours ish,
Mhm.
depending on people. Sometimes they're late to things, so we have to give the conscription consideration that they might be tardy. And I'm really fucking sorry.
It's my village elder once said that it was karma. That my situation was karma for helping someone who killed so many, no matter whether it was an accident or not. She couldn't help it, but the elder insisted that it was what I deserved. To be stuck with her, to be banished. So maybe this is just what it was always leading to.
Maybe, or maybe you just had a wrongly elected elder who turned out not to be very wise at all.
Maybe.
We are dictated by tradition, and our traditions are trenched in a perpetual cycle of senseless violence with no forgiveness for anybody involved. I think by helping Voseg, you withheld perpetuating that cycle just a little bit.
Thank you.
I think that's... I don't know. I think that's perhaps more than I've done in trying to do the same. Which isn't sort of, putting myself down. That's more of a just it's very impressive, is what I mean. But also, I wasn't apologizing for the situation you're in. Sorry seems like a weird thing for me to do. I'm not sorry that you're in this situation. I mean, I am, but I personally am not apologizing for it because, I didn't put a dragon in you. I've been sort of an asshole. Like I was an asshole. Like a disregarding, distracted, and as my brother often calls me, just stubborn in every conceivable way. And so I am truly, deeply, terribly fucking sorry for but the forest and the night after the forest and every conceivable day and conversation we've had afterwards where I was too distracted to apparently give a shit.
No, it's... You have a lot of responsibilities.
Then it's you.
Hold on.
We're doing this again.
I'm not arguing with you. Thank you for apologizing. I am sorry for all of that as well. And for not making it clearer to you that I was still unsure where we stood. It's, a perpetual question of would things be better if I brought it up? Would it be better if I didn't say anything? It really depends on the person, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't have tried. So I apologize for, in a sense, dragging it out, by not making it clearer that it was still a question in my mind. I care about you, and I...
Oh, you mean that? So, sorry, I was trying to work it out in my own head, what you were getting at. You don't anymore, then?
I was talking about a couple things there, but...
Right. I was talking about the part where you're, like, terribly, desperately, just heart-wrenchingly in love with me.
Right.
Yeah.
I was talking about not only that, but also that not sure if you hated me or something.
Oh, that.
Sort of if that...
Fucking what?
Yeah, no, well, okay, don't hate you. So that's my end of the clarification. Are you still desperately, horribly, heart-wrenchingly, obsessed with me?
It's kind of a rude question to ask in this moment now, isn't it?
I'm very rude. We've proven this. So, I'm awful.
Rumor on the grapevine is that you certainly got one on each arm already.
Espen looks really confused. That happened. That happened for just under an hour ago. How the fuck do you know about that?
I hadn't even known anything happened. I just knew there was something there.
I feel like we are as sort of subject to our own interpretations of things. What are you talking about?
Esmond, are you cooking up a salmon while we're under siege?
Oh my god.
I can't believe this.
I'm not sleeping with anybody.
Oh. But see, I had just been insinuating that there was some sort of unspoken tension between you and Mr. Zota. But if something actually happened, I mean...
Nothing... Oh my lord.
You're speaking about an hour ago. What happened an hour ago? My goodness.
Listen. I'm not having this conversation.
You're the one who brought it up.
You didn't answer my question.
And I said it was quite rude to ask, and we devolved. And then I said that you had one on each arm already. And I think this is just confirming that.
Well, then you're just being coy and shitty about it. Not
I don't
shitty
think I'm
about
being
it.
shitty, no.
Well, this was a lovely conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Glad we could have it.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
If you're looking
making
for
noises
an
like you
answer-
know something.
If you're looking for an answer, I think right now it's a bit more complicated than just a yes or no. There is a lot going on. But, and they, put, a hand on your jawline.
I'm being seduced.
Long-
I'm being seduced!
Long manicured nails, kind of, scratching briefly.
I'm gonna pass away.
I think that there is a lot going on right now. And that maybe you should focus up. Do you think that you can do that, good boy? They give you a little pat on the cheek and then turn and walk away.
Focus on this dick!
They walk away.
guys, trans rights.
So true. That's, yeah.
That was very good.
Esme needs to die now.
No.
I have too many
No.
like.
Someone get the call on the line.
Someone get the call on the line. They
Yeah.
need to like
He
rescind.
needs a new
ticket.
body.
I need a new
Fly
body.
again.
Oh my fucking god! I took psychic damage from that.
Aw.
I took
They just told you to
fire damage
focus.
actually from that. Bro, I got too many hoes.
Yeah. You need more arms.
I
That's
think-
when you die next time. You
I
gotta.
think the hoes have me actually.
Yeah, honestly. You die
Yeah.
next time. You gotta ask the call to give you some more arms from bitches.
Damn, fuck.
Like, hey, I got a lot of people. I need to have on my arm or longer arms, I guess. No, you could use the wings. That's kind of like an arm.
Polyamory.
I haven't used them to cast spells.
Yeah, aren't wings just bird arms in the end?
Barms.
You're right.
Barms.
Barms.
Listen,
Yeah,
I
just say
forget
it's
what
the
got
wing.
said. I was busy screaming.
you
Don't
forget
repeat
what,
it.
What said?
Don't repeat it in your sexy little non-binary voice.
They
You're
they
androgynous.
just told you to focus, and then said something else that made you freak out. So you know.
Yeah.
I think that had the opposite effect.
Yeah, that's kind of the joke.
Oh, well. That's rough.
The fuck, guys! The session started with hot sand.
And yeah.
It just continued, you know?
Yeah. It's you got like hot pocket sanded to the face.
I hope the audio just picked up the way I like unzipped my hoodie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it did.
Yeah.
What is D&D if not flirting with your friends, you know?
My God, that
Exactly.
Jesus. You went for like a right hook.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways. I don't know how to respond to this. So I'm just gonna nod.
Uh-huh. Well, they already walked away, so...
I'm just nodding at the open air. Just... Erlen walks away and Esmond's standing there, nodding slowly to himself. Please don't call it that.
I'm not going to.
Man. Bitches be thirsty as hell. Need some sand. Yeah, he stands there just like kind of nodding to himself like, huh? As he turns around. And if are either Shoshen or Nemesis still standing where they were?
Did we go
Sure.
anywhere?
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
sure. We're there.
And just stare at them.
You just stare.
Yep, nodding until he stops. And he looks down at the ground. And he
Is
looks
he
back
okay?
up.
Is he ever? I think is the question.
That's a good, yeah.
That's reasonable.
He walks back over.
Are you all right?
Yeah, yes, yeah, yes. I'm focused on the matter at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like he's fine.
Point me in a direct Nemesis. I've thought of something. In
Yeah.
the midst of this. when you leave to not die in a iron conscription encampment,
Right.
I'm going to do so much fucking magic on you.
Uh-huh.
He just stares like, kind of like, what does that even mean? Kind of look on his face.
Bestie, I'm gonna buff you so fucking hard.
Yeah, because you'll have
Yeah.
an hour to rest, so you can get that. Oh, do bards get their spells back in an hour? I can't remember.
They don't get them back. They get the bardic inspiration back,
Okay.
and I can do funny haha things.
You're going to do magic on me.
Oh, I feel like I already did a little bit of that. Sorry. Yes. Are you all right with that?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me an inspiring speech while you're at it. Might be
Well,
helpful.
I wasn't necessarily. What do you want? An inspiring speech?
Love one.
I feel like you're mocking me a little bit.
He just stares at you.
He just stares back.
You're a bard, aren't you?
I like to think so. Well, I don't think I like to think so. I think I just am.
When do I leave?
2 hours. 3 hours. Can't count. Don't mind me.
What if it's the last time you ever see me?
Well, then thank God. Sorry.
Oh.
I didn't mean to cut it off there, but I couldn't think of what to say next.
That seems
So
like
I did.
a bad thing.
Yeah, that. Yeah,
Say.
sort of. Yeah. The last time I see you. Well, I doubt that.
Getting emotional about the idea, Esmond.
No, I was more so thinking that you're sort of underselling your own abilities.
Oh, is this the inspiring speech, is
Yeah,
it?
this is the inspiring speech. This is the part where I tell you don't fucking die, or else you're a loser. And bad at being a rogue.
Alright, consider me inspired. I kind of look
Right.
over to Shoshin like, get a load of this fool. You know what I
Get a
mean?
load of this guy.
I don't say that, that's just the look on my face.
I would offer anything else, but I don't think anything I have lasts long enough to do you much good.
Yeah, you'll have to wait for the inspiring speech before you leave, or else it'll wear off too soon.
Yes, well, I'm shivering with anticipation, in which case. What can we do in the meantime?
What can we do in the meantime?
You can be doing this various prep work we've discussed, so like such as being given your potions, getting your weapons with the sigil, that sort of thing.
Right.
That's all taking place during this time period.
Right.
So it's not like you guys
We
are kicking
doing-
around doing nothing.
Are we doing this today, like for us, the players? Or
If you want, or we can do
Oh.
it with everyone here.
Can do a B&E.
Do a B&E.
I was just asking. What do you guys think we should do?
I don't think there's anything else that we were going to do. So we can do it or we cannot do it. If we don't do it, I think that unless there's anything else we want to do, that's like it.
Yeah.
I
that
do
was
want to
that was what I had.
Shoshin.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Speak with Shoshan, and then if Laura so wishes, we can do the B&E.
fuck yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think that he finds her after they like get the potions and do the weapons and everything, because he wants to talk to her one-on-one. But yeah, after a while, maybe an hour before Nemesis is scheduled to Banff, he'll go find Shoshan, and sort of approaches her with caution. He's kind of obviously a little bit on edge as he comes up to her. Shoshan.
Hello, Esmond.
Hi. Would you come with me for a moment?
Sure. Yeah. Was there something you wanted me to help you with, or?
It's also something I wanted to discuss with you.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Remind me the specifics of what I know about what Shoshan does. Like what I, Esmond, know.
Yeah. So
because it gets jumbled in my head because I know a lot more than Esmond does.
Yeah. So that Shoshan is part of a group called the Thorn Band.
Okay.
You do know the name of it. You do not know the name of the group that you know who is part of, so you don't.
Yes.
You are not aware that they are the same group, to be clear.
Right. Yes.
I believe Shoshan has told you that her group hunts down and stops Desico and like handles Desico problems, right, Ned?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You know that they seem to be like paladin-y from what you've seen. And you know that the attitude of most of the setting towards Thornband is that they're not a crazy well-known group, but they're seen as generally okay people. They don't like come in to control or whatnot. They come in, they handle the issue, they leave.
Right. Exorcists.
Essentially, yeah.
Cool.
You have heard something about they do a lot of recruiting, but they're not like, the Iron Conscription kind of thing.
Right.
Where they, at least as far as you know, force people in.
Right. Okay. I'll escort Shoshan back to the house, into Esmond's office, sort of. The room he works out of, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I know we don't have a lot of time left to kill before Nemesis fucks off, but you can have a seat if you like.
All right. And I guess take a seat and hopefully proportionally capable chair.
Yeah, it's like it
He got the big. Anyway, he got the big chair from IKEA.
I got like the
investment.
I got the grandparent chair.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I am I'm probably wider than Esmond.
Yeah, probably. Given Esmond has 2 strength. I wanted to ask you if you liked it here. Among other things, but I'll start there.
Yes. I do a lot. It's really nice that you've given me the opportunity to stay here. It means more to me than I can really say, I suppose.
Okay. That's good. That makes me really happy, actually, Shoshan, to hear you say that. I don't know if you know this, but you're sort of hard to read sometimes.
It's not really something I'm trying to do necessarily.
No, I figured as much. It might be more in line to say that I'm inclined to just not assume. I do want you to be comfortable here, and I want you to be happy here if you can be, but I know that you, among others, have obligations to separate bodies. In your case, the Thorn Band, if I recall.
Yes, as far as what they tell me to do.
How do you feel about that?
Well, a lot of what I do for them, and this held true even before I really came to our math, was very much putting in as much as I needed to and nothing else. I've been a part of it for most of my life, and I don't, up until recently, I suppose, didn't really think I had any other options. But now other things are apparent to me in that sense, I suppose. But that doesn't change the fact that I can't really leave. So I prefer to have as little to do with them as I really can muster, which is thankfully minimal at this point, wherein I'm simply asked to report back in regards to the Acerite and everything. They're apparently doing some research on that. I couldn't say what for to be certain, but it's based on what Havoc said. I have a couple ideas, but that doesn't change the fact that it's something I'm beholden to, but not something I'm going to go the extra mile to hold necessarily.
Right. It's the possibility of different options that I wanted to discuss with you. And sort of my own curiosity. If there would ever come a point where you'd want to stretch that connection so thin that it snapped.
That's the problem. Very few people have been able to leave, and the few that have are more or less hunted by the band, and because of that, I'm not sure I would have the option to, at least while I'm here, simply for the fact that I don't want to endanger our math if they decide to come and look for me. So, would I, if I had the ability to do so, at this point, perhaps. But I don't think it's something I am able to do safely for other people.
Okay. So... Shoshin, I really hate liars. I really don't like people who evade the truth or withhold information on things that might be helpful if I knew. Not a fan.
Do you think I've lied to you?
I was going to say this is starting to sound like a threat, but really it's just bardic dramatics, don't worry too much. If I... Hypothetically, this is a hypothetical situation. If I hypothetically was in possession of knowledge that you very much should be allowed to know, but in doing so it may be a detriment to you, would you still want to know it?
I guess it would depend on what it is.
And there lies the problem. Knowing it might hurt you and put people you care about in that danger that you're trying to avoid.
So, you're asking me if I want to know something that you're aware of that would involve me in some way that would hurt me and other people I care about if I knew.
Yes, but I feel bad. I would feel bad hypothetically not telling you if I knew that and didn't tell you, and then you found out later, and it felt like a betrayal or something, because I would feel betrayed in that situation. I suppose if I wasn't given the choice to know something with the knowledge it might have bad consequences, we'll call them.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you
Sure.
think it's better that I know whatever happen to have? Or do you think it's better that I don't?
I think where we stand here, now hours from a potential battle, it might be something best saved for later.
If you think it's bad and it's going to hurt people, then perhaps it's best that you don't tell me then. But per your judgment, even with that kind of knowledge available to me, then it's not going to change how I perform during said possible battle either way.
But the thing is, I don't know how the truth will affect you in this particular instance, which is why I bring it up, is that I don't know, and it's troublesome in that regard, at least.
Well, like you said before, I'm hard to read in the sense that I try not to let things outwardly bother me.
Yeah, it's less of an emotional response that I'm worried of, and more of a metaphysical one.
So you know something that you think is going to physically hurt me or other people
By knowing.
by me knowing this.
Yes. Two Azamars have a conversation about the ethics of mortality.
I can't particularly imagine what you would have in that case. But like I said, if you think it's better that I don't know, then it's not going to bother me if you decide to hold on to that.
Right. You know, I don't want to take that as confirmation for every time hereafter there's something that I feel like you shouldn't know, so we'll just say that it's this time exclusively.
Well, if it's something related to my... I suppose I can't connect those. If it's something that you would prefer not to tell me, don't have to. I don't think that's really too much as far as lying to me. I mean,
Feel as though
I'm
it's
not... Go ahead.
feel as though it's a different set of rules that one operates under when it is something that could potentially affect you or has relevance to you. For example, if I were to, let me think of something that's preposterous and would never happen, but I could use an example. If I were to kiss Nemesis and not tell you, that's my business. But if it relates to you, then that's your business as well. And you know, it's sort of a need to know, and I feel like you need to know, but just maybe not now. But I personally would feel put out if I thought somebody was intentionally keeping something from me because they thought I was bad or dangerous or something.
I wouldn't assume that of you.
That's very kind.
Well, I don't think you've really done much in the past to warrant that as much. But like I said, if it's something you think would cause problems for other people in a way that would be detrimental to everything we're trying to do right now, and just as a whole, I can handle bad news, I suppose, but it's your judgment if it's something that you're aware of.
Right. It won't make you weep outright, but I'll tell you when you're older, as in 10 hours older, when we have presumably prevailed and lived through this whole thing.
I would hope so.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. There was just one other thing that is not nearly as hypothetical, of course, because we were speaking in pure hypothetics.
Mm-hmm.
How is it that you know Wolf?
Oh, Wolf is what she said. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, because like before, it wasn't like a case of like, yeah, she. Because I don't think she ever got full confirmation of like, yeah, you can. Well, it's weird if someone's like, I'm introducing myself as this, a vague name that I think is going to be like, that's like a name that I'm going to use for right now for safety purposes, and someone's like, oh hey, I actually know your real name, but you're in like a witness protection. You're not gonna like go around being like, yeah, I know this person's name.
Yeah,
But you can like insight that if you want, because obviously she's just kind of like, yeah, that's what she said to call her, so I'm just gonna go with that.
Yeah, it's not like a dead name situation. It's like a hiding my real name situation.
Yeah, that's the impression I got, which is why it's like.
I'll insight Shoshen's hesitance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's actively trying to lie. It's just kind of like
like what the fuck?
A turn of
21?
phrase. Well, yeah,
I'm not
Yeah, I
lying,
think you
so
get it.
Yeah, I get it though.
Yeah.
yeah.
Esmond thinks it's a dead name.
I mean, I guess it's the same kind of thing where it's like
Three
that's.
trans people stare at each other.
I mean, it's kind of that where it's like it's a name that. Well, she's not using it for different reasons, I suppose, but
I mean, she
you know.
told you she still prefers shadowing. She's just,
Oh, yeah.
in hiding.
Yeah. That's why it's like, well, if she's in hiding, I'm not gonna like keep using her real name in front of other people necessarily.
I
Like
love
outright. Yeah.
Esmond thinks he's gonna be dead naming this woman.
Yeah.
L. Esmond.
He's like, oh, he's like, oh, okay, wolf, yeah.
I mean, I guess well that obviously definitely get that like she knew her under a different name in the past.
Yeah. As Esmond's just like, oh, I get it. He doesn't get it.
Or at least has recently would have it's enough of like a change where it's like it's like a very recent change
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
her to where it's like almost said it, gotta correct myself
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's just like when anybody changes their name, you need time to like adapt.
Yeah.
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 All right. Back into that. After
Back
that
into
aside,
it.
yeah, with what I mentioned earlier in terms of people who have left, I'm only aware of two, being her and her younger brother. But she left when I was 14 or so. We were friends back then, and since then, there's been an order to find her and turn her in to the band.
Runs in the family then. Why did I sound Irish? What the fuck? So it's okay. Yeah, he says that. You perhaps when you can verify that our math would reasonably be able to protect you, would you consider doing the same? Or protect is such a strong word. I meant more in you wouldn't be given up lightly or without any say in the matter.
That means a lot. I wouldn't want to have anyone get in trouble or hurt as a result of my actions, I suppose. If I had the chance to do so in a way where I knew that there was no possibility of my being hunted down similarly, then I would. I think I've thought about it before, but I don't think I ever grasped the way that I would be able to have anything to hold on to until I came here. Just in terms of, I don't know if there would be anything else I could do that would be anything that would trying to make the world a better place, I suppose. And I think that's part of my disillusionment, the band. It's some people trying to do good things to save the world again, or at least prevent it from getting worse. But when the toll upon everything is so much heavier than anything you're getting out, and the only way you ever see yourself living is until you run into something that's just going to kill you without a second thought, then it becomes a lot more of a question of being able to do anything else. And I think that's been nice. Helping build the town and everything beats dying in battle against a Desico or one of their descendants.
Yeah, got to agree there. Dying by Desico is not ideal.
Yeah, I've had a taste of it before. Obviously, not as bad. The whole new body required thing.
Well, we don't need to compare injuries. Most of mine you can't see.
Yeah. I figured.
I think that by making the decision that makes you happier, Shoshen is already making the world better, more enjoyable. You know, I don't think that we have a clear purpose in life, but at the very least we can try to experience some moments of joy and generally try to be happier people.
Yeah. Not a ton of that lately. But hopefully things improve once we stop people who are trying to
Kill us?
yes.
Yes.
Mostly you, but
Mostly me. You know, reasonably, here's the pitch. I waddle my ass over to them. I'm subject to whatever they have in mind, and now you can be Azamar Leader Supreme and do all of my paperwork. There's no paperwork actually. It's just a lot of listening to people's problems. Deal? All right. Well, see you in Never.
I'm not sure that's how deals work.
Yeah, I know.
So what you're asking me, I suppose asking would be a positive means of what thrust upon me is to take over managing all of this. If with your plan being to give yourself up
Sure,
to the
it's a
Iron
joke.
Conscript. Is it?
Yeah, mostly. I like my head where it is. Like, I used to only have one good side, but the call gave me two. So, not eager to give that up, among other things. You know, I've got things to live for. We both have things to live for.
Yeah.
So, don't take any japes and jokes of me wandering off to die too seriously. I'm just quite stressed and a little bit tired, but I imagine that you are also quite stressed and very tired.
Yes. Very much so. But I know how heavily things have been weighing on you. I've seen for a long time, but it's not really something you're going to want to just bring up to someone.
No,
But I guess here we are.
The acknowledgement's nice.
You're doing a lot of good for a lot of people, and a lot of us aren't willing to let people ruin that, which I think shows how well your leadership is going. But I think you're doing a good job with how you're doing things. It is frustrating, I'm sure, with everything going on, but you're building things basically from the ground up, and it's going to be difficult sometimes, and things are going to go wrong, and people are going to be unreasonable. But I think you're doing much better than you give yourself credit for in a lot of areas. And I know you probably can't see it, but I think it's something to be proud of. What you've done so far, and what I, among others, are going to make sure you're able to do after this.
Esmond just stares at Shoshen. Like, his mouth, like, half open and just sort of like, yeah, staring. Thank you.
Like I said, I know you put a lot of yourself into doing everything here. But if there's anything I can do, or any of us, I'm sure any of us would be happy to help. And you don't need to shoulder everything by yourself. So, jokes aside, if there's anything people can do, then you should be more willing to ask if you need it to be done.
You're so fucking perceptive, hey.
I got +7. I
Sheesh.
grinded for this view. For real.
Tristan drank her milk
Yeah.
to get all that height so that she can see like a lighthouse.
Yeah, tree status. You know how it is.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I met you all those years ago, and I'm even more happy that you agreed to partake in this at all. So
It would be not incorrect to say that it would be probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me. To have honor to get to do things here and to help you build our math.
you're a really good person, Shoshin, you know that.
I wouldn't say that necessarily, but I try my best.
Well, I have a wonderful judge of character.
Well, I'm not bad myself. with have you this is a bit different. Have you been feeling okay physically since you came back?
Do I?
You tell me what you think.
I think that he's not anemic anymore. I think the call fixed that.
Made him a bunch of rice with the iron fish.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Esmond's been feeling physically better than usual.
Mm-hmm.
I'll actually RP this. For the most part, yeah, I just no. What I mean is, I feel fine usually, but I'm it feels indulgent to divulge and try to commiserate on my physical pain when it seems like such a small issue comparatively to everything else.
I more meant in the sense of as a paladin, I have the ability to discern divine energies in people and infernal, undead, that kind of thing. And I've, of course, used it before in and around people like you and Nemesis, where I can see those energies. And when you came back from the call, I suppose, you had more of it than before.
It could just be carryover from wherever I came from. As in, I mean, the body was made by the coal, so maybe it's got some extra juice. Fuck.
Of course, I'm not sure what it would mean in the first place. I simply didn't know if you felt any kind of physical change as a result. But
I think I'm a little taller. No, not really, actually. I mean, the wings, but you see those.
Yes. Yes. That's definitely a more apparent physical change. I didn't know if you simply felt any side effect of extra celestial energy within yourself.
Like,
Not,
mechanics, I don't feel any more divine than I did
yeah.
while
Not
there.
really. You do still occasionally. It's faded more as time has passed, but you still do have that feeling of like, this feels very similar to my body, but I can tell it's not.
Okay, but nothing like supernatural in feeling.
Not that you've noticed at the moment.
Oh boy, okay. No, I'm fine. That's what God tells me, and I listen to God.
Oh, for real? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Not all of us are brain dogs barking at us.
He doesn't bark at me that often, even.
Yeah. What's that?
I have to go rattle on its window.
Yeah.
Be like, hey
Good
man,
tap.
what's up?
Bang, 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 bang.
And the dog says, leave me alone. I don't want any. It makes me feel bad. And then doesn't say anything ever. Save me from your mom. And then was like, alright, now leave me alone. And it's like, hey, you wanna help me out?
You want to go for a walk? What?
Yeah. Want walkies? The dog
Treat-
said, I've seen every wrong thing you've done. It's been happened to you in the past.
What is it? Wretched beholder, turn your gaze.
Yeah,
know.
exactly. I just get like Jonathan Sims every time I'm like, hey, brain dog, what's up? I've only tried to do it technically, but the only time I got a response, it was like, go away. I've seen every wrong thing that's happened to you in the
Oh
world.
yeah,
Go away.
ceaseless watcher, turn your wretched gaze upon this. I don't know. I don't remember that.
I'm the wretched thing in this equation. It's
Ceaseless watcher, turn your gaze upon this wretched thing. Yeah.
yeah, I'm the wretched thing in this
Yeah.
equation. You know how
Okay.
it is.
But no, I don't feel. I don't feel charged with any sort of new divinity or anything like that.
That's fair enough.
But you've seen it, I take it.
I've seen what?
Well, you said that you had. I assume you wouldn't have brought up the ability to see those things if you didn't think something was wrong.
I didn't know if you felt something wrong.
Well, now I'm a little worried.
Well, it's not something I've obviously seen before in the sense of someone spontaneously gaining more celestial energy in that way. I just wanted to check and see if you were okay.
Right.
It's not something I was overly concerned about necessarily. I just wanted to see if there happened to be anything.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I wouldn't be too concerned necessarily. Again, it's not really something we've seen before, and if you're feeling well enough, then you're right. It probably is just some kind of residual from being remade, as it were.
Yeah, it's just some leftover Desico sauce. Cold sauce. Whichever. Really.
Yeah.
Utility, I suppose. Well.
And I wouldn't threaten you or anything as a result of that.
That was a possibility.
No, I just with
I didn't even consider. I didn't. The notion did not occur to me until you said that.
well, this is me telling you I'm not going to do that
Thank
unless you hurt people. But if I don't think you would, this is not going as I wanted to as a reassurance.
Fuck.
It's
Well, I mean, if listen, if I start, but yeah, we'll take it this way. If I start hitting people, and hurting them, then you have full permission to put me down, I suppose.
it's usually like I said, I'm not really going the extra mile here in terms of Thorn Band business. And also I care about you, so I'm not really going to start just taking a more aggressive approach to things. If you have Desico energies in you, which is something I thought you might be worried about because of the whole talk we had, like, not that long ago within this very same conversation about how my job is to kill Desico and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for not killing me yet.
I don't want to. If
Yeah, I'm glad. I don't want you to kill me, and I feel like it would put a dampening on our prospective friendship if that was something that we had to contend with going into it. So, glad it's not.
I would hope you're my friend, and I wouldn't try and yeah. Let's.
Shoshin,
I wouldn't.
it would take a lot more than you trying to kill me to have me consider you not my friend, which I think says a lot about me and a lot about the pleasantness of your demeanor, and also the fact that I don't really give a shit. I mean, I give a shit insofar as, Powell being an orphan twice over. He's not that wasn't really an orphan in the first place. But you think I didn't think Nemesis was going to kill me at one point?
Oh, like recently,
No,
or
like when I first met him.
like in a similar sense of like us first meeting, like a while ago.
Yes. Like how I saw he had a knife in his horn, and I thought, wow, that man could probably kill me. Because that's fucking stupid. But no. The point is, I insulted him to his face, and he could have slapped me dead, and I figured, no.
So you saw the guy with the knife in his horn, and you thought it was
I
a great
decided
to insult him to his face.
No, I thought he was very pitiful.
Mhm. I'm not sure that's much better. Was that what you told him?
Sort of.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't remember if I was completely sober, I'll be honest. I did go over to him, and I think through some dialogue implied that he was pitiful, and that if he ever hit rock bottom, then he could, for lack of a better term, right me.
That's kind of you. Was it around the time that we'd met originally?
I don't remember the timeline, and that's on me and my bad memory. And also forgetting to tell my family that I have a son.
Well, I don't know how much contact you really have with your family most of the time. I mean, I don't give my family progress reports, but I think family is very loose in this situation.
I think that the consideration of family is sort of like a pendulum. Swings around, and depending on its position, it's, how much you consider them family. I mean, getting I've said everything that I wanted to say, Joshin. I wanted to reinforce the fact that I'm very happy you're here.
Yes, like I said, I'm very honored to have the ability to be here.
Great. I'm glad we were able to talk like this.
Of course. And it is nice now, I suppose, to get to see my old friend again.
I'm very happy for you on that front. It's nice seeing people that you're fond of from your past.
Yeah. Her name is Shadowing. But I think she's going under a name because of the aforementioned being hunted down by her family. But yeah, it's nice at least, except for the fact that she might think that I'm also going to try and turn her in. So
Have you told her that you aren't?
I may have tried to imply as much. I'm not really good at just telling someone that I'm not going to and hunt them down.
Yeah,
And
we sort of observed that when you implied that you very generously weren't going to kill me.
well, yeah, I thought that you may have made that logical jump, and I didn't. I just wanted to reassure you that
Right. Shoshen, I think that Wolf will stick to Wolf, just so I don't get in any sort of habit. I think that Wolf is maybe far more familiar with the operations of the Thorn Band, and may come to that conclusion herself, unlike how I sort of let the implication fly over my head until it was, sort of backhanded to me, respectfully. You said she's on the run. She's going to have to move on eventually. If she wanted to stay here, obviously, I would want that to be something, but from the impression I got from her, she doesn't seem the kind of person who sits and waits for something to find her. Or maybe I just have a bad opinion of people who seem distrustful. Not a bad opinion or distrustful. I didn't mean to say it like that. That was projection. My bad. The point I'm trying to make is she's going to have to move on eventually, and you have a chance of clarification right now from somebody from your past who you seem to care about a great deal. I know
yeah.
you think that you're not good at this talking thing, but if she knew you from when you were children, then maybe she might know you well enough to not jump to the conclusion I did, which was, thank you, Shoshen, for not killing me. Maybe she'll be a bit more generous than that. Because I'm an asshole. If you didn't know.
I don't think you are.
Let's not dwell on whether or not that is, in fact, true. Just... if you're worried about it, reassure her, because maybe she is too.
Yeah. I Yeah, I don't know if she would trust me in that sense, but at
Maybe
the very least, she's helping us.
there is that. Maybe you mean more to her than you realize. Maybe you don't. Do you want her to trust you?
I don't want to be seen as what people expect from me as a member of the Thorn Band. So, I suppose so, yes. But, like you said, if she's leaving after this, then it's not that big of a deal, I suppose.
Yeah. She's a really specific hairline, isn't she? Anyways, that's not
I don't know what that means.
Is there anything else?
I don't think so. Unless you have anything else.
Nope. Well,
Fair enough. You
let's
don't
go
have
through
to tell
Nemesis.
me
No,
about
what?
whatever
About what?
thing you were waffling between whether you wanted me to tell me about or not.
Which was
If
that? I need to remember.
I don't think the possible reason you invited me to have this conversation.
Oh, right, the
You don't have to tell
cat
me.
thing.
The what?
Let's call it. Let's call it. Undertaker's
don't have
cat. Let's call it
Yes.
that, like Schrodinger, like Schrodinger's cat, but it's Undertaker's cat in this, where the cat in the box is both a Desico and not a Desico at the same time. Yeah. Well, okay. I'm not telling you right now because obviously you told me to use my better judgment, and my better judgment is to not tell you just yet. But, perhaps later. Probably later. And if I don't tell you, Nemesis will, because he's shit.
I wouldn't say that.
Like respectfully. God
Mm,
love him. It's facetious. It's sarcasm. All right, let's go throw Nemesis behind enemy lines.
You know how it be.
Alright. Good talk, everyone. We did it.
Talk. Alrighty.
I was trying not to say good talk because Esmond always says good talk.
Yeah,
It's his brand.
I love
it
it for him.
is.
Alright. So, Nemesis, sneaking behind enemy lines.
Yes, truly.
Truly. I'm looking for that part of my notes. I had many different things because I did not know what route you guys were gonna go for sure.
Do we want to do this session? Because like I'm so down, but I know it's late,
Yeah.
and I'm
Laura,
sorry
are
for
you-
talking so long.
No, you're good. I'm also sorry for talking so long.
No, I enjoyed it. I'm good to do it now. I slept super bad yesterday, which means I'm not sleeping anytime soon today.
I hear you. I hear you. All right.
So if you guys are down, I'm down.
I'm down.
Hell yeah.
I'm on.
Thank you. I need a distraction from my brain this evening.
Yeah, I feel that.
Valid. All right, let me. Here, I got this.
Can I switch around one of my spells?
What?
Can I switch around one of my spells? I'm going to use it because I haven't, I didn't switch them last time when I had a long rest.
Can paladins switch on their long rest? I thought it was only clerics and druids.
I just switched which ones I have prepared. I'm pretty sure because I have all of them.
Okay.
But
yeah, sure.
I can switch. Okay.
Remember that anything we use now is like a slot used up that we can't use for the fight.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm doing it.
Damn, bro.
All right, what are you using?
Does Nemesis count as a young adult? For one.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
I'm gonna cast ceremony.
I knew it.
Oh my god, are we getting married?
No, you're not getting married.
No, it's a
Can we,
coming of
though?
age.
Oh.
I'm casting coming of age. So for the next 24 hours, whenever you make an ability check, you can roll a d4 and add it to the ability check.
Any ability check?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. For the next 24 hours, you get a d4.
Yo, that fucking slaps. Thank you.
Yeah.
What? That means I can use it next session.
However,
Yeah.
this is like a ceremony. So, Ned, can you describe to us how Shoshin does this? You
Oh
are
my
now
God,
a
that's a
man
good question.
ceremony for Nemesis.
Funny.
I don't know. I have to
He's
check
like,
and see
hey,
what
Nemesis,
things-
come over here.
Hey, come here. You gotta sit here for an hour while I do.
You
Oh
just
my
kiss,
God,
give him a
she
little
doesn't
kiss
even
on the
have-
forehead.
While
I'll do this
Shoshin,
right now.
yeah, like awkwardly stutters through, like, well, you know, now that you're adult, there's responsibility.
She gets him to talk.
Nemesis sex talk.
Yeah, she gets him to sex.
24. I'm 24.
Yeah, that's what's funny.
Yeah. Now I know you're a young man, and
Yeah.
during this time you might feel some urges,
Yeah, for sure.
and they're going to be breaking into camps to kidnap children positively, kidnapping them to a better situation. But
Yeah.
this is out of character. I'm bullshitting this speech out of character because I think it's funnier.
It's in character.
I don't think she would. I don't know. She probably wouldn't say anything if it was in character. She'd probably just be like, sit here, don't talk, and then just like sit there and pray for like an hour, and then just like be like, all right, we're good to go.
This session's called Nemesis Becomes a Man.
Thanks, guys. I needed this. You needed this even.
Like, technically, I feel like this shouldn't apply because, you know, ceremony has to be like an actual
I don't
coming of
have-
age. However, I think this
Yeah.
is funny, so I'll allow it.
That's allowed.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, he probably hasn't had a coming of age ceremony. But give him a bar mitzvah. That's
Yeah, I get
Nemesis's
it.
bar mitzvah.
Guys, pass around a little cup of wine and go, all right, you're a man now.
Yeah, we do a
Congrats,
shot.
So much. I've never had wine before. I'm so happy to be drinking before my super secret mission.
All right. You guys get the waypoint. I can't talk. The waypoint set up. It is a small circle of stone that is inscribed with runes. And Tyredes puts it on the like little walkway up to the front of Esmond's house. The collection of stones. He sets it there, and it blends in very well as long as you're not looking for it. But they explain that you tap your foot on it, and it'll take you to the location you choose. And it has to be somewhere that you're somewhat familiar with. And when you arrive there, that same foot that tapped on it will create another one, its twin, in that location. And then you can freely travel back and forth between the two. Every 10 minutes, of course.
So we're doing it inside the ravine?
That's up to
Or
you
we're doing it at the
guys.
top?
I feel like it'd be
What did
better
we
if you
say?
appear in the ravine, maybe.
Yeah,
In
I
there
would agree with
again?
that. Like, because if you do like top side, then
They'll
it'd
see
be
you.
like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
There is
so we're doing
also
it
like,
in the ravine.
is there more than one way out of the ravine though? Because wouldn't they be guarding the entrance to the ravine?
I mean, you could climb out, and then there's a ladder. Those are the two ways you know of. There might be like a cave system. You guys have never really looked in depth.
Or
Nice. Okay, I'll do it in the ravine.
Hell yeah. Um.
Can we ask the call beforehand to make sure that no one's there, like in the thing right now,
Yeah, sure.
or like where would be a safe place to teleport to if one were to teleport into the place?
hey yo, call. Is there any hose around?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Esmond needs them. He's got wing space.
The call tells you that. Oh, sorry, hold on. Jeez.
Stick my paws in.
The call tells you that there's nobody currently down in the ravine. That they left about an hour ago.
Oh hell yeah!
Nice.
But you teleport in. You arrive.
Wait.
Oh,
Hmm?
no talk beforehand.
Oh, talk. Okay, go.
Just full send.
I have to do my Genshin support shit where I just
I
throw
gave you-
everything on you.
Yeah, I
Don't
gave
wait-
you the
don't waste
safe
your
sex
slot.
talk.
I'm not gonna
You
waste any
did.
slots. Don't worry.
Oh, perfect. I don't know how Bard works.
So I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration.
Is that a D6?
It's a D8.
Oh, generous.
Thank you. And I'm going to I'm gonna take your hand, and I'm gonna hold
Uh-huh.
it. I'm gonna hold it so tightly, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
stare. I'm gonna look into your eyes after you've received the sex talk from Shoshan.
Yes, I'm shaking.
Yeah. And I'm going to cast Gift of Alacrity, which I get as for free.
What does that do?
So if you happen to get into a fight or have to roll initiative for anything, you have plus 1d8 for 8 hours
Damn.
in initiative rolls.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, damn, okay. So will that last for next
Uh,
session as well,
yeah.
or is that like 1 use? Oh shit.
It lasts for as long as you have it, as long as you are rolling initiative. So you have a Bardic Inspiration, which is 1d8. You have Gift of Alacrity in case you get into a fight. You will have, hopefully, the upper hand.
Yes.
And I could cast Invisibility on you if you wanted, but...
I think I'm chilling. I should be fine.
Okay, tight. Actually, I'm gonna twin spell Gift of Alacrity, if that's okay.
Can you do that?
What?
What
What
Yeah,
does
I
that
can do that.
mean?
You got
Yeah,
points.
sure.
I have sorcery points. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
sure.
I'm gonna do Gift of Alacrity on Shoshin as well.
Wow. Thank you.
So
I'm
I do
not
that.
gonna remember this unless I write it down.
That's all right.
I've written it down as well, don't worry.
I'm putting it on my desk for a month from now.
Just write Gift of Alacrity in big
21
letters.
days.
I'm writing, you have gift of alacrity.
Ask Savior what it means.
I will. I'll write that.
Yeah, and that's the support buffs I have
Hell yeah.
for you. And I give you a little kiss on the forehead.
You can't reach my forehead. I'm so
Not
tall.
you.
Oh wow, I don't get a kiss. I just have to watch you guys kiss.
That's
Sure,
such a
some
fucking
logic.
L.
I don't know.
Has
I have
she
to
ever
roll
considered
for-
the possibility of getting a little kiss on the forehead.
I don't think she has. I think she's too tall. I don't think she's considered that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I cast Gift of Alacrity.
Oh, with a kiss on the forehead.
Yeah, with a kiss on the forehead.
Oh, the Nemesis will say, oh, thank you, something to remember you by.
Yeah, it's also a spell. I'm doing magic on you.
Right, yeah.
Shoshen, come here.
Okay.
Lean down.
Alright.
I'm going to give you a little kiss on the forehead.
Okay.
It will,
Why?
it will make you faster.
Okay. I guess. Sure.
I give her a little kiss on the forehead.
Yeah.
She
Hell
looks like
yeah.
she has absolutely no idea what to do with herself.
You're faster now.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Uh,
Anyways.
Hell yeah.
Good luck.
Alrighty. With a tap of the toe of your boot against the runic circle,
And a
you,
little wink.
and a little wink, a little jaunty
Thank you.
wink, and like hip cock, you disappear.
Like fucking.
And I finally get to swap the music. Hell yeah.
Ooh.
You disappear with a floop and reappear in the ravine at the call. Immediately there's the faint tinkling of crystals akin to Minecraft amethysts. And the call hums up above. The runic circle is hidden behind a cluster of crystals, so hopefully nobody will notice it. And there doesn't seem to be anyone else down here.
Okay, the first thing I want to do, can I just sit for 10 minutes before I leave so that I can teleport back as soon as I get back if I needed to?
Yeah, sure. You sit for
Cool.
10 minutes, hang out, watch the call shifting and changing up above you. You can't talk to it, so you just kind of like enjoy the cool sight. And then
Yeah.
10 minutes has passed.
Cool, I'll start heading up the ravine.
Yeah, you get to where you guys had initially come in, which had been like essentially a crack in the wall that has slowly been widened by the Faceless, and now it's become a whole ass like built staircase. And you can see up above in the late afternoon, you can see the rope bridge stretching across the ravine. You don't see anyone or hear anything.
I don't see anyone.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna keep, I guess, ascending the staircase very slowly. I do have my silent little feet.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll stealth.
And keep a lookout. Oh, roll stealth. Okay, I'm rolling stealth, but also anything that relies on hearing, like people hearing me, they immediately just don't. I think, or something like that. Because my funny little feet. Let me roll stealth. Oh, and I get to add a +4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is so important. I'm fucking shaking. Oh, and I get advantage on stealth.
Yeah.
So that's 12 plus 6 plus 3 is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, well, that's 21, but I guess I'll roll advantage. Oh, yeah, that was worse. Yeah, 21 on stealth.
Hell yeah. All right. You're so very stealthy.
Yes.
You sneak up, and only as you come to like the lip of the ravine, you see a pair of soldiers on the same side that you are on. They seem to be milling about by the broken down house, kind of checking it out, kind of moving leaves with the tips of their boots to like see if there's anything cool. But they're keeping a respectful distance and not going inside the house itself. Glancing over to the other side of the ravine, you can't really see the camp since it looks like they're among the trees. But you can see like some smoke above the trees from presumably a campfire. And you can see a path cleared out through the bushes. The soldiers aren't currently paying attention to the ravine, so with your current stealth roll, you could probably sneak across the rope bridge without being spotted.
Yeah, okay, can I see if Dara, can I see from where I am if like Dara the tree is still like alive or whatever? Because she was at the house, right?
Yeah, she's
Oh, she's all good.
She had been then and is still now grown up like out of the roof of the house and around the side of it, and it's still there. It looks just as it was the last time you saw her.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, then I'll sneak across the rope bridge.
There's occasional creaks and pulling of rope sounds, and every time you kind of freeze for a moment and glance back. But they never seem to find it abnormal, probably because it also does the same whenever there's a gust of wind.
Yeah. So, wait, to clarify with everyone else, the thing I'm looking for first is like the case that has something to do with Havoc, right?
Yeah, the thing controlling her and
Okay,
making
perfect.
her mind fucking crazy.
Cool, I was just checking. Okay, so I've crossed the bridge by this point.
And now you can better see the camp through the trees. You can see some tents set up. There are only a couple horses. You had seen more come here, but if they really have left to go back towards Armoth, it makes sense that not all of their horses are here anymore. And it looks like what you would expect a military camp to look like. You can see a very small handful of people kind of milling about. One person who looks to be injured and is kind of like has their leg propped up on a log and is talking to another who seems to be some kind of medic. You don't really see initially any signs of what might be like the commander's tent or where the kids might be, but maybe once you enter the camp you'd be able to tell.
Okay, sure, I will. I'm not gonna take the main path into the camp. I'm gonna go through, maybe, like you said, it was a clearing in the trees, but I want to go through where the trees are dense.
Alrighty. Circling around the side, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I just don't want to take the main path into the camp.
Yeah. Alright. Giving it a circle around, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Perception is gonna be +5 plus d4. Oh, I dropped my d4, but that's already 20 without.
Pop off. Alright. Giving it a look, keeping your sharp eyes out for anything that might be of use or note to you. It does look like indeed the majority of the soldiers have moved out. You can see that there's like some packs still here, but there's no sign of a large amount of weapons or anything like that, and there are a lot of footprints of people leaving the area. But namely, what you notice is a large tent, very like command tent looking. Kind of reminds you of that initial tent Esmond had set up, where he would work and have like a lot of his maps spread out. The front of it looks to be closed right now, and there's a banner hanging on the side of it. It's kind of a green-blue color with a steel helmet embroidered on it, which is the symbol of the Iron Conscription. So you would assume that to be the command tent, since it looks a bit more proper than the tents around it.
Can I tell from where I am if anyone is currently in the tent?
You'd have to probably get closer to it. It looks like it's made out of good material, and it's surrounded by the other tents, so you can't really see light. You can't really tell shadows from this distance or sound.
How far am I from the tent?
I'd say you're about, let's say a good 60 feet.
I want to find it like a stone, pebble, whatever, and throw it at the tent to see if someone comes out. And
fucking solid snaking this.
And because I have Skulker, I don't think that would reveal my position.
Yeah,
because I'm hidden.
Go ahead and just roll to hit with your dexterity and your proficiency.
So I roll a d20 and then I add
your dex mod and your proficiency mod.
Okay, so +6 in total. Do I get to add the d4 to this?
Yeah. I believe so.
Sure. 10, 17.
All right. You can hear the faint little poof of like a rock impacting fabric, and see like the ripples of the tent. And it's still for a moment, and then the front of the tent does open, and you do see someone. And I'm gonna post up a picture just a moment while I grab it. Where are you? There you are.
No, that's good.
There's a redhead with kind of short sides, who peeks out, kind of looks around, looking a bit stern and confused. He has a minorly scarred face and kind of a tuft of hair on his chin. But after apparently not seeing anything of note to him, he turns and heads back inside the tent.
Does he zip it back up or like close it back up? How is it closed?
It's not like tied closed, but like, it falls back into place when he lets go.
Okay, cool. Can I tell, just before I approach the tent, can I tell if the kid's anywhere nearby?
Let me check. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Insight, cool. Oh my god. Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. I'm gonna use lucky. To re-roll that. Let me just add a luck point. Hold on. Oh my god. 5, 6, 7. Ugh, that's only 8. That's so bad.
You do not see any sign of like. You're not really sure whether they're being kept prisoner or under good conditions. You look if maybe there's a cage or something. You don't see anything. There's a lot of tents all around. But a lot of them look to be like, one person or 2-person tents. You don't really see a place where a group of children would be held, and you don't hear children.
Okay, that's fine. I would look for them later. I want to approach the commander's tent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing there's only the one entrance.
I mean, you could make your own entrance. You got a knife.
Yeah, no, but he's in there, right?
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, then, yeah, I'll approach the, like, door kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any kind of opening in the fabric where I can just, like, see a slither inside or anything?
Yeah, roll me a second stealth check as you enter, like, the camp proper.
Oh, God, okay.
Do me a favor and look at your message.
Oh, fuck. 6, 7, 8, 10. I have advantage, so I'm rolling again because my first one was bad. That's worse, actually. I'm gonna use lucky again.
Using up all your lucky.
I actually suck. Oh my god, hold on. Oh, that's way better. I think 24, 25.
Alright. Yeah.
Oh, I have 1d. Yeah.
Fucking nobody notices you. It's like
I'm
you
so
might as well not
cracked.
exist. It's like you're a ghost or something, King. But
Hehe.
but you sneak right up. And as you approach, you're kind of looking for maybe like a suitable crack, or maybe like an area that's like maybe threadbare to a degree. You could see, something like that. Before you can see anything, you hear something. You don't really catch the first part of the sentence, but you hear a man's voice saying, as if, and there's some sort of like affect on it, this strange note to it that you've never heard before, but strikes you like some part of you, you know, like the DM is telling you or something. It feels magically affected somehow. You're not sure how.
Okay.
But you
Can
hear
I roll Arcana for that?
in a moment you can.
Okay.
And he's saying, if you call it off, I'm sure that there's some sort of agreement we can come to. The change in attitude has really come out of nowhere, and I'm extremely not appreciative of the sort of pressure that you're putting me under. This is not the original deal that we had. I'd really like to go home. I don't like this little game of cat and mouse you're attempting to play. It's not going to go well for you. You can roll Arcana as you kind of listen to this magically affected voice and try to figure out how it's being affected.
Cool, yeah. 25.
All
I get a +5 and ceremony.
Yeah, so now that you like hear like the distinctive like like magical tinkling noise to it, you have experienced this before. You've seen like Saint Z hold meetings with people who are not there in person, but has like a magical crystal that allows them to speak to him. So this is the voice of somebody who is not here right now, but is somehow speaking with the commander. But you hear another voice, another male voice reply, and I don't really appreciate, having to deal with all these problems. I told you to stay still, didn't I? I told you we could figure all this out, talk in person. It's a power shift. You have to understand, I can't really have loose ends floating about. It doesn't look good for my image. Doesn't really reflect on you well. But I'm sure if we talked in person, we could figure this out right away, Klausy. It really looks badly to have you running about like this. And not just agreeing to meet on good terms. Are you doing anything at this point, or are you just listening in?
I'm just listening.
The magically affected voice kind of sighs heavily. Listen, I have things to do. I really don't have time to sit around and talk with impudent children all day who are messing with things that they don't rightly understand. And who are, frankly, handling it kind of shit. How about this? You send your men after me again. I'd hate to say it, and it wouldn't be me to do it. But again, you're messing with things you don't understand, and I'd hate for you to receive back your men's heads. How about you leave you and mine in peace, and we can both hope that it's not going to come to that, right? You stop hunting me for, frankly, bullshit reasons, and I'll leave you alone, like I was already doing. There's a pause, and you hear some shifting of papers. Well, that doesn't rightly work with my plans, but... We could handle this a bit more amicably if you had met with me in person in the first place. And the other guy cuts him off. We both know that you would have just tried to kill me. This is not a question. I left in the first place because I knew that was going to happen. I don't have interest in your little dictatorship that you've got going there. I wanted out of the conscription. I left. I swore I wouldn't have anything to do with it anymore, and I kept that promise. You hear the commander laugh a bit. We both know you didn't stick with that, now did we? You stuck your head back in the business. But I guess they decided it was alright. But now that I'm in charge, I'm striking back, you know. We're not just gonna let you get away with that kind of thing, now are we? You stole from us. And frankly, I'm not a fan of the idea that, you know, a leading figure can just say, actually, I'm tired of this. I don't like how you all are handling this morally. I have morals and I'm gonna run away now. No, that's not how it works. But, luckily for you, I have a lot going on. You know, trying to get all this shit sorted now that I'm in charge. Gonna have a bit more order now, aren't we? So, you have 24 hours. And if at the end of the 24 hours you decide you want to meet, you want to talk, you want to parlay, we could do that. I'll even promise you safety. But if I don't hear from you within those 24 hours, I guess I have my answer now, don't I? So you and your kid keep running around and we'll see what happens, alright? Have a good day, sir. And you hear a little clink. That's, you know, maybe he hung up the call or something, you know. And you hear
A Discord disconnected voice.
Literally.
Yeah.
Do-do-do.
You hear, like, an annoyed, like, put upon sigh and some more paper shifting. And then the commander speaks again. Was he this much of a problem before, too? And you hear a more feminine voice reply. And say, honestly, he was a lot easier to use back then, but I assume that's because he didn't really know what was going on. Of course, the second he found out my plans, he was a bit more uninterested in being part of it. I told you should have been more careful about going after him, but you can do things your way. It is your right, after all. You lost the last round, so you have to do what you can to win this one now, don't you? But I think I'll be leaving as well. I'm a bit more curious about what your sister is up to. And you hear a sound that is distinctively teleporting. And then the tent falls silent.
Cool. So did I find like any way to see in?
There is the front way in, and you do find like one part of the tent near the side that's kind of like pulled up a bit, like it got stuck on the corner of a box, and there's some room underneath it where you could feasibly squeeze under without like rippling the whole side of the tent. But it...
Yeah, I just wanted to see like which way he was facing to see if I could like get in the tent to look for the cave.
Yeah, are you gonna look in through the front or through the side?
I'll look which is closer.
I'd say the side.
Yeah, I'll just have a peek in the side to see which way, if whoever's inside is looking.
Yeah, you look in, and from this angle, you can't see all of him, but you can tell it's the same person from the clothes. You can see Boots kind of faced away from you, facing a desk. Looks like there's a bed in one corner. There's a large, like, planning table, probably has some maps and stuff on it. There's a rack that has, like, a sword and shield on it. Nothing terribly, like, personal. But you can see, set along the side of this desk on the floor is, like, a, metallic-looking case, which is similar to what the call described to all of you. Kind of rectangular in shape, with a lock on it. and set next to it is a crystal, like a crystal ball that is kind of faintly glowing with these waves of light. It looks like it might have been made out of the same material as Acerite, but it is somehow smooth, which you understand would be very, very difficult because of the delicate nature of Acerite. But that is what you see.
Can I roll to see if I know like the purpose of the orb,
The
crystal
orb.
ball?
Go ahead and roll Arcana.
Yes. Oh, not one.
You've definitely seen like a smaller version of this, hanging from Burst's belt, which is one of Havoc's people. But you've never seen one this big, and you've never seen what it does before.
Okay. I mean, I guess I. So you said I could fit through the gap in the side of the tent without like rustling the whole tent.
Yeah.
And can the case also throw through this gap?
Feasibly, yes.
How close is the case to where I am currently?
It is like right by his ankle. So he would see you if you grabbed it. But it is about 15 feet away from you.
Okay. I want. Maybe I can. I want him to leave the tent. I think that. I want to kind of scare him to exit the tent, or like something that will make him like maybe panic and like want to look around outside.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to like. I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to rumble the ground, and I'm gonna like smack on the side of the tent. Wait, can I only have one thaumaturgy thing at a time?
You could cause one every 6 seconds.
Okay, cool. In that case then, I'll rumble the ground first, and then I'm gonna make like bear noises because I can like make noises appear in a chosen spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like just outside the tent.
Alright, outside the front.
maybe not a bear, because then you won't want to leave. Hold on.
He just hears a bear and he's like, oh, fuck, a bear. Guess I gotta kill it.
Okay, actually, instead, I want to make like crow noises.
Mm-hmm.
And like smack on the side of the tent. I want to give the effect that like birds are flying into his tent so he can go outside and be like, what the hell is happening?
Go ahead and roll performance.
Performance?
Yeah, you're trying to create a believable performance.
What a great time to use your bardic inspiration.
Yes, truly. Well, let me roll first and see what I get. I get a +3, and then I have ceremony. Nat 20. Let's freaking go.
Are there birds in here?
Yeah, it's like a real, like, okay, this is a pull. I doubt any of you have seen Teen Wolf, but there is a scene where a bunch of birds are like slamming into the side of a tent and freaking out the people inside. So this is literally that. A bunch of these fake birds slam into the side of the tent's rippling, there's aggravated squawks and croaks, and it's really the best thing you've ever done, like performance-wise.
Let's fucking go.
Like,
The best thing you've ever done.
performance-wise.
That's so funny.
Like,
No, just straight up.
like that nat 20, you're really proud, and you think, you know, how will I ever best this sort of thing? You know, how can I ever use thaumaturgy to a better degree? Anyways, he kind of startles a bit, and you see him with one hand, like pull a short sword from his belt, and with the other you see like some magic spiral around it briefly. And he kind of like listens for a moment and then immediately like stalks towards the opening, and you hear him yelling like, "Johnson, what's that going on out there?" And he hurries out the front of the tent and begins like calling on some of the soldiers, looking for any evidence of the crows, that sort of thing.
Oh, great. I'm gonna run into the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter if I ruffle it now because it's been ruffling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run into the tent, grab the case, and fucking leave the same way I came in.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll acrobatics.
Oh god. Acrobatics is where is it on the thing? Oh, it's the top one.
It's
Plus
like
3.
you know your agility check, you know.
Oh,
Scrambling in there, grabbing this, and scrambling back out, all fast enough to not be noticed.
Oh man, I might have to use another lucky point. Yeah, I rolled a 7, so I'm gonna use lucky. I guess I just don't have it for the next fight. That's fine. God. Wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it was a 10
Mm-hmm.
if I with the ceremony because I forgot, but I feel like that's not good enough. Oh, I have bardic inspiration. Okay, I'm gonna use that instead of lucky.
Mm-hmm.
You said it was a D8, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh, a 12.
All right. So it's you rolled high enough that you're not like gonna trip and fall or drop things or whatnot. But your scrambling and scuffling is a bit noisier than you'd like, and as you grab the case and begin to turn to hurry back the way you came, the metal case clangs against the leg of the table. And you hear the commander yell, "What?" And he bursts in just as you scramble under the edge of the canvas, and you hear him yelling, "Intruder! Intruder!"
No.
And some of the soldiers begin to scramble and yell and search. Are you immediately booking it, or are you going to try and hide?
If I book it back to the trees, will they definitely see me?
I mean, it's not like the command tent is on the edge of the camp. There are other tents around you. So if you run to the forest right now while they're looking around in this area, you will probably be seen, yeah.
Okay, in which case I'm gonna just try and hide behind another tent, and because of Skullcut, I'm hidden even when lightly obscured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Cool, and I have advantage and ceremony. Oh, 29.
Yeah, you duck behind another tent, and there's also like a bush nearby, so you're kind of wedged between the two. You can see people run past, yelling, some asking like, "Commander, what's wrong?" Like searching his tent, looking for any sign of you, talking about what was that? Were you just a common thief? Or you like what was going on? Did he get a good look of you? Like that sort of thing. From what you hear, he didn't get a great look at you, other than like blur of red and black, which is a fair assessment.
Yeah.
And he is having them order, like he's ordering them to start searching. You can hear them opening up some of the unattended tents, like pulling through them and stuff. But they seem to start to spread out more and more away from where you currently are.
Okay, what would the check be to like if I now try and go hide back in the trees, like further away?
Now it would probably be stealth at disadvantage, I would say.
Disadvantage? So
Yeah.
just straight because I have advantage?
Yeah, exactly.
What if I just stay where I am?
You could, but they are like opening and moving tents around, so they would eventually get to the tent where you are.
You with a 29.
Hey, they didn't notice you, but if they're searching every tent, they're gonna come to yours eventually.
That's fair. During all this like commotion and shit, is there like does that give away any clues about if the kids are nearby in the tents, etc.?
After a few minutes, you do hear him like, and you can still kind of see his tent from the angle you're at, like behind the bush. You see him like kind of duck back in, and then he starts like yelling, really angry and panicked, and insisting that his case and something he's calling the cell is missing.
The cell.
Wait, hold on. Did you grab the crystal as well?
Did I?
I thought you had. It was sitting
Yeah,
right
then
next to
sure.
the case.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. Then he's yelling that his case and the cell are missing.
That's an L for him, I suppose. But nothing about the kids.
No.
I mean,
If
I
we can't
guess.
get if we can't get the kids, that's an L. But we
Well, I was
have
gonna
it- have
say
it
we
to
can
me.
just come back. Like, I can bring the case back, and then if we want to grab the kids, we could do that another time.
Yeah, it would work.
I don't know what's best. What do you
Havoc is
think?
the priority, and if you can get back, that I
Yeah, it's
think
probably better.
outweighs, unfortunately, the children.
Yeah.
They're
Well, I
fine for
mean,
now.
for one, Nemesis is a priority. Nemesis needs to
Yes.
live. For two,
Exactly.
what we're trying to do with Havoc. But I mean, like, having her out from under his control is hopefully a win, at least.
The
Okay, yeah,
control of a
sure.
ginger.
Yeah.
In which
They
case,
don't suffer.
I'm gonna head back to the dense trees where I initially came from.
Yeah, sure. All right, go ahead and roll.
Just straight stealth, no advantage.
Yeah,
Sure.
but you still have crazy bonuses to it and ceremony.
Oh, actually, 16.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's insane because I only.
It's definitely like personally, you can tell it's not as good as your normal thing, but you're also freaking out, panicking. You have a heavy metal case. You're trying to hold a crystal ball in your other hand. For the situation, the pressure you're under, you do okay. And you duck into the woods, and they don't seem to have gotten to the woods yet, but you probably don't have long before they start tearing apart the woods too.
Oh, I'm just gonna head back to the bridge, but before I step out of the trees, check if the two guards from earlier are still there.
You see them. They seem to be dealing with a situation of their own. You can't really, at a quick glance, tell what they're doing because they have their weapons drawn and they're yelling about something. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
They're trying not to think about that kiss.
Deception +5. 20, not in that.
Yeah. So you haven't seen one of these in a long time, like nearly a month at this point. But you remember when you first got here and there was that band of hungry wolves with the Knot Wolf that led to the discovery of this place. You don't see another Knot Wolf because he's fucking dead, but you do see some other members of that very hungry looking wolf pack that are kind of circling these guys, ducking in and out of the edge of the woods, snarling at them and barking. And the tree is still, there's no wind, but you just get like a menacing aura from the tree, like, I am disapproving of you and I am scary vibes.
Yes, fucking clutch from the tree.
She menaces.
Great. Then I'll head back over the bridge and back down to the staircase to the ravine.
Yeah, there's a clatter of stone as you hurry down the staircase, but the soldiers are much too busy with the wolves to even vaguely notice, and you hurry into the Call's chamber. There is still nobody else in here, and presumably the teleport is good to go.
Cool. Is the call acting normally still? or what I would consider normal from how I've seen it before.
It's a lot more still than when it has, except whenever you've been around it while it talks to Alice. It seems like when it's talking to people, it goes a bit more still and isn't as like crazy swirly and stuff. So you get the
Yeah.
impression that it's focusing on something right now. Presumably the
Okay.
wolves in the tree.
Yeah, great. I'll go find my little circle of stones and head back.
All right, with a tap of your boot, you disappear. Now, see, funny thing,
Oh, good.
I said the limit of this teleportation was 10 people. You currently have 11.
Ah, okay.
And Nemesis, you're not sure how, but like somehow when you tap on the teleport, you just get like the mental understanding of I have too many people, and you just kind of stop and think about that for a moment.
Can I put the case in the circle and send it back alone?
Are you putting just the case or the case and the crystal?
Oh, the case and the crystal.
Yeah, you do so. You tap it, and they disappear.
Great, and I guess I just wait 10 minutes
Yeah.
next to the circle.
Yeah, they're not gonna look down here because they don't think this is remotely related. So 10 minutes later, you can tap your boot on it and you teleport just fine. Back in Armath, yeah, I assume you guys are worriedly pacing next to the circle. When all of a sudden a metal case just throop, appears on the ground there, with a faintly glowing crystal orb on top of it.
Oh my god, they turned Nemesis into a box.
Oh, can they do that? Is that?
No, I don't think so. Maybe
Oh.
it's a signal of some kind? He's not dead.
I would hope not. Someone must have sent it though, right?
Yeah. Should we, like, get a sheet of metal or something to hide behind while we get the box in case it explodes?
I mean, we can probably just hope for the best. I mean, I can help if it explodes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got like an aura or something. I'll
Okay.
grab it though if you
Sure.
want.
Yeah, I'll be right behind you.
Okay. I'll go. Can I grab? I'll grab the thing.
Alrighty. You grab it up. It's a decently heavy metal container, which makes sense since it's made of metal. And the crystal orb. Do you grab it as well, or just leave it there?
I'll grab both of the things, I guess.
Yeah. There's the the faint buzz of magic when you touch it, like there is with most magic items. And you pick them up. There doesn't seem to be any issue.
Can I use divine sense to see if there's any stuff on them, and to check and make sure that it's not Nemesis turned into an orb?
I don't even know how
Or
you would
case.
be able to tell that with
Well, if
divine
it's got
sense.
his,
Fucking
if it's got his
orbed him.
infernal energies or something, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't get anything from the orb, at least not anything from your divine sense, just the general understanding that it's magic somehow. But you do get a very strong Desico power from inside the case.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Not as strong as like when you've come face to face with the Dread or the other friend that you met once upon a time.
Yeah, it's not a friend, I don't think.
But definitely, like, you get the immediate impression of, oh, there is a direct piece of a Desico inside of this case.
This might be bad. The case.
It's not Okay, just to be clear, I don't think it's actually Nemesis turned into a box.
No, I'm
But
sure neither one of them
Clarifying.
are.
I'll have
Nemesis.
mercy and say 10 minutes has passed by now.
Okay.
Yes. I fucking zip in.
Yeah, there's a whoop, and Nemesis is there. Probably a little
Am
bit
I
out of
it's just-
sweating?
You come in on Esmond asking, "Are we sure he isn't a box?"
Oh. Oh, well, I think I
I'm just like, yep,
I'm
guess
quite
not.
friendly, actually.
Huh. Well,
Have you noticed that I've arrived back?
yeah, the mental image I have is both Shoshin and Esmond like crouching to like look at these things as they like picked them up,
Yeah.
and then Nemesis just appearing and looking down at them like, "What the fuck?"
She's got blind sight anyways. She could be like at the other side of the room and feel like, yep, there he is.
So you know how you can only send 10 people through the teleporter at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You recall this. So it didn't let me through with the case. But it let the case through on its own. So going from that, what you will, I suppose. So I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Oh yeah, how are you?
Fine. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
It's good to see you're back safely.
Yeah, felt like an eternity that you were gone.
I'm sure you missed me dearly.
Terribly.
Why wouldn't I?
But yes, more pressingly, I didn't really see. I know we were looking for the kids as well. I didn't really see them at the camp, but if it was 10 kids and the case is 10 people, I guess that's it. My first guess.
Good guess.
And you're sure it's the case.
I suppose it could also be the orb thing. One of those.
Is it
Is.
exactly?
Well, the commander of the unconscription, the handsome man, by the way, lovely fellow, I'm sure, called it the cell. So,
Like a jail cell?
yes, or like a cell of a. Oh wait, do we have science? I was gonna say like an animal cell.
Yeah, what's our average biology knowledge?
I would say you don't know.
Okay, sure. I was gonna say cell, like piece, or I guess jail cell also works.
Right. Well, yeah.
The case here. I'm getting. It's got Desico
Vibes.
on it. Yeah.
It's got Desico on it.
Just
Think the Desico.
yeah. Yeah, you know how it is. No, there's something with it.
Oh wait, Wilder, is this all the same one he was using to make the phone call?
Presumably not.
Oh, presumably not.
Because this was on the floor. And I guess
yeah.
maybe he could have been using it from the floor, but would be a little
Okay.
odd, you know?
Okay, sure.
Let me check something real quick.
What's up? Yeah, no, I'm awfully good at making bird noises, if anyone was wondering.
It wasn't, but thank you.
Well, it probably stopped me from dying, so I guess that's a good thing.
Congratulations. Be sure to establish some sort of thespian organization so that your efforts are not wasted.
I might be a better performer than you, Esmond.
Well, I never claimed to be an actor.
If anyone wishes, they can make an Arcana check on the crystal or the case. You can choose one with one check.
Oh, can I do it again? Because I've already done it.
You can't do it again, because that was a nat 1.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Sure,
Well,
I'll do an Arcana
that was
check if
on
you
the
Yeah.
orb. Can
I got a
can I do it on the
+1.
case?
One person can do it on the case, and one person can do it on the orb. Just tell me who's doing what.
Which
I have
should
a
we care more
+5
about?
and
I have a
ceremony.
+1.
You have
Well, I can
Arcana,
only do it on the case.
I have Arcana +2.
Mm.
But I can
I
also
guess-
inspire you.
You save your. Well, get them back, don't
You
you?
guys
On a
also
short
have
rest.
Alice, who has +6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We use Alice.
Yeah. Can I?
I rolled.
Can I roll for Alice?
I rolled for Alice.
Oh, okay.
Right. 17 + 6.
Oh,
Alrighty.
23. Let's go.
Alrighty.
I'll roll for fun. Oh, 18? I'll do whichever one she didn't do, I guess.
Alrighty. I will handle Shoshin first. We'll say that Shoshin's doing the case. So this Arcana check is to inspect it from the outside, unless you want to wait for somebody to pop the lock, because it is locked.
I mean, I'll look at it on the outside, and then if I'm reasonably secure in what I see, I'll open it.
Mm-hmm.
I got expertise in thieves' tools, baby. I can open
Yeah.
that shit up.
Bad boy open.
So with
Oh, hell yeah.
with your first check from the outside, there doesn't seem to be any spells that would activate or anything of that sort. It just looks to be like a container for an object. From what you can tell, there isn't even like any runes that you recognize that would be like for hiding its location or anything of the sort. It is just a metal box with a lock in it with some sort of magic emitting item inside.
Alright.
And if Nemesis wants to pop the lock, you can go ahead and make a lock picking check.
So that's
I believe that's I believe that's sleight of hand
cool.
plus no, is it? I listen. I never understand.
Well,
how
it's gonna be
using tools
proficient.
work.
So I have expertise in thieves' tools, and then sleight of hand. I also put my whispers from the dead on.
Okay, so roll dexterity, but add your proficiency and your expertise.
And if it explodes, everyone has a +2 to their save.
How do I know what my expertise is? Is that just proficiency twice?
I believe.
It's your proficiency, and I think half of your proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Down.
Round it
yeah, I
down,
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have so I roll dex +3, and then I plus my proficiency expertise to that as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'll.
Do I add
Yeah.
ceremony?
You can if you want.
It's a check, I
Yeah.
think, so.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, 15.
15's enough. It's not a terribly difficult lock. You jiggle your pins in it for a little bit, and then feel the tumblers click into place, and you're able to open the case. Inside is some sparse cloth, not terribly high quality, but also not shitty. Just kind of wrapped around something, clearly cushioning it. It is acerite, of an unknown origin. It's kind of got a reddish hue to it. But inside, encased in the crystal, is a body part. I don't want to like skeeve anyone out, but it is in fact an eyeball.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Shoshan.
Oh,
a
damn.
blue eye.
My
And
hands are blue.
it looks to be encased in the crystal. You open it up. Hey, is anyone here feel a type of way about a singular eyeball, or is it more like eyeball gore kind of thing? That's a no.
Like eyeball gore.
It's more gore.
Okay, so we're not.
Yeah.
Okay. As you touch, or even before you touch it, like you open the case, you look at the item. The eyeball turns and immediately focuses on you from inside the crystal.
Bruh.
It is encased inside.
Oh.
Yo, Shoshan, that yours?
She doesn't have blue eyes, so
Oh, no. That answers that.
Maybe the dog has blue eyes.
I don't know. How do I feel about this eye? Is it just like, man, that's rough?
It's now that like you're like inspecting it, feeling the aura, I don't think your divine sense would technically still be active, but all your senses are screaming, that is the eye of a Desico. Like that is literally from a Desico's body.
Would I guess me doing divine sense would not give me a different
Not really,
outcome?
no. It would give you the
Okay.
same outcome.
Do we know any Desicos who are missing eyes?
Can I try and vibe check it to see if I get any source vibes?
Yeah, what kind of
From-
Desico vibes does it give?
Yeah, I know about
Uh,
Desico. I've seen them before.
roll
Can I vibe
insight.
check them?
Roll insight.
Manifesting incense, don't fail me now.
You got really good insight.
18.
So,
Yo.
a while ago now, just under a month ago now, for your character to be clear, you met somebody and you had an encounter, and they were making, I forget the exact words now, but they were making comments about all your eyes, and we're showing that they knew more than maybe they should have, and in a way of showing you how they knew, they flashed their own little display of multiple floating eyes. All of those eyes had been blue. This is the exact shade of
Havoc.
blue as when Havoc showed her magic, which she supposedly gets from a deceased Desico.
Oh. Well. That's. I think it's connected to Havoc. The eye.
Interesting. Well, if it's connected to Havoc, potentially it's what is controlling her, maybe?
Could be. I wouldn't say I know enough about this kind of thing, but
As you guys muse on that, Savior, so what Alice gets from the crystal is that it is a single-use item. It is used to do something, and once that effect is removed, this item will break and cannot be used in this manner again.
Okay.
She explains it to Esmond as being a form of time and space manipulation. It creates, on a smaller scale, it would function almost like a bag of holding. It can hold stuff.
Or people.
Yeah, on a bigger scale like this, there's a lot more spells woven into it. Yeah, it holds people suspended in time.
Fuck. Maybe we can just keep those kids in there until, like, later.
Just like keep them on pause for a little bit so you don't have to worry about them.
so we don't have to worry about them. We can conveniently carry them around.
But yeah, that's why it's called the cell.
Yeah, that makes sense, you know?
So, can we tell if there's a way that we can help them out, or would it be safer to just leave it for now?
And you could get them out by breaking it, by shattering.
Oh,
Yeah.
and we can just tell that.
Alice
Oh my
knows
god!
that.
Throw that fucking thing on the ground, Alice.
If at any point while carrying the crystal Nemesis you had gotten a nat 1, you would have dropped it, it would have broken, and there would have just been 10 kids that appeared out of nowhere.
Oh, is that easy to break it? Let's just fucking drop it.
We could put it in a
I
drawer
worried
for
you
now.
about this. I worried you about the dangers of children.
Because the kids might be, like, shocked and shit, and, like, they might, like, do something.
And also, by
Yeah, I
kids, you don't know
suppose.
how old they are, and you know what
Yeah,
the rebellious
exactly.
streak looks like.
We don't know what's going on here. We should just leave them in the box for now, in my opinion.
Probably give the box to Havoc if she's not mind controlled anymore at any point in the future.
We could, yeah, British.
British. But
Maybe we can just tell this eye thing to
as you're saying
I don't
this,
know.
as Alice is wont to do, and yes, I am making a decision for Alice, but I feel like this is literally what she would do. You all turn around to like decide what to do with it. She's already putting her bare hands on it, inspecting it. I feel like that's a very Alice thing to do.
I agree.
Yeah.
And she's kind of turning it this way and that, and she tells you all that by it being encased in crystal, it looks like it is under some sort of active spell. The eye is somehow under effects of this spell, and if you guys believe this is what is affecting Havoc, then it is somehow through the eye that she is being affected.
We like dispel magic.
Let me look up how dispel magic works on items.
I believe it should, right? Yeah, one creature,
Okay.
object, or magical effect within a range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability, which is 10 plus the spell's level as a DC. On a successful check, the spell ends.
So technically, upon looking up the official ruling, it dispel magic doesn't do anything to the inherent property of a magical item. Just a spell cast by it, and it's the actual crystal around the eye that is the magic. But I shall allow it because I think it makes sense that you would be able to dispel this.
Yeah, because it technically would be like a magical effect upon the target, and we can target the crystal or the eye itself, I guess, and then try and end a magical effect that is on those things.
Yeah. Do any of you have dispel magic?
I don't get it yet. I only have 2 levels of spell.
I do not have dispel magic.
I'm looking.
It's
it
I
up.
do not.
It's one spell I do not have. Let me see if Alice has it.
Luckily for you, Alice does have it at 3rd level, so you
My
would be
God.
using one of her 3rd level spell slots.
Well, doesn't she get arcane
Recovery.
Yeah, so if she takes a short rest, then she should be able to get back a spell slot of half of her level, or
Which is 3.
yeah,
Yeah,
which is 3. So she just
yeah.
use arcane recovery, get its spell back, and then
It's like we were never here.
it's like we were never.
Truly.
She's not gonna get it back again, so
All right. As she focuses on it, puts her hands around the crystal, kind of mutters a bit to herself, and there is a flash of green-blue magic, and then the crystal loses some of its glow, and is no longer looking so magical. The eye inside is still like moving about and looking at you guys, like inspecting.
Well, we'll just hold on to it and give it back to her later.
I will say, as you guys are looking at it, one of you can make a medicine check real quick.
I mean,
I got
plus
wisdom.
2. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
got
got
plus
wisdom.
4.
Hell
Let's
yeah!
I rolled a 2, so 6.
Nice.
It's
Thank
an
you.
eyeball, dude. Shouldn't be doing that, but
Oh,
sure
shoot.
is.
Yeah. Do I feel any kind of kinship towards it as someone who's also heavily patterned on eyeballs?
Yeah,
Do I
sure.
get advantage in eyeball knowledge?
You know what,
Listen,
fuck it,
who's
sure.
gonna know more about eyeballs than me? I got so many of those.
So true. You can roll again.
Oh hell yeah, dirty 20.
If you convince the DM, you can simply do it.
Yeah,
All
just
right.
persuade people.
Giving it a look over. It wasn't a difficult check, but that was 6. But now you're better. Before, when the crystal had been glowing, the spell effects had still been active. The eye had looked perfectly suspended in time. Now, though, as you look at it, it is slowly, very slowly, but your specialist eye is able to tell that it is very slowly, to put it nicely, decaying away. It is an eye without a body. It is, slowly coming apart, but again, slow. It'll probably be hours and hours and hours before it's gone.
So, like, is this
almost
magic eye?
the-
Magic eye you got here.
The impression you get is that maybe somewhere there was a dying body, and the eye was removed and frozen in time before the body was dead. But now the body is dead, and the eye is unfrozen out of time. So the eye is just going to where the rest of the body is,
Oh, fair enough.
The dirt.
The dirt.
Yeah. GG, boys.
Good job, everyone. We did it.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully that did it.
Yeah. And as you guys kind of look over this eye, and you have maybe like, I'd say 45 minutes until Havoc gets here, if she's on time. We can leave it there.
I
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, boy.
Hell
That was
yeah.
so fucking stressful.
He's got every good roll that the universe is ever gonna give me, and I'm dying next session.
Yep. That is factually correct.
I
You
think
are.
I think you did so good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you killed it.
Listen, I'm not saying Havoc isn't gonna fight you guys now, but at least now she's not like magically bound to murder you,
That was the goal, baby.
Yeah.
She's like, draws your weapon. Wait, Havoc, we got your kids. Don't worry.
D-
But like in a positive way. We're gonna give them back to you. Just don't
We're
fight
gonna give you
us.
back these babies. Please don't kill us. We could